expanded and rearranged apartment a bit. Yep. Asking myself, what do I want to do first? Things I want to do. Yep. Over on the... I'm circling it as if you could see my mouse, but yeah, there's the Dark Knight meter over here. The right of the teleportation screen right now. I think what I'm going to start with is picking up a class I've been eyeing for a while. Picking up yet another class. End up focusing on the new class and the dancer for Stormblood once I get in there. Wait for everybody to pop in, and then we'll show you which class exactly. Want to move until... Okay, there we go. This guy right over here. Makings of a gunbreaker. Oi, mate. Fancy making yourself useful? Yep. Listen close. A gang of highwaymen have been applying their trade around here these last few days, and we're trying to flush them out. They're slippery buggers, though, so we need all the help we can get. That's where you come in. We spotted them lurking in the bramble patch, and we're getting ready to spring our trap. All you have to do is collar anyone who strikes you as a bit shifty and raise the alarm. We'll take care of the rest. The sound of it. That's the background. That's the quest acceptance music for Shadowbringers. Oh yeah, also, speaking of Shadowbringers, I have a mount based on a critter from there. Yeah, pretty much. Shadowy wolf. That looks suspicious. worry, fellow Tank, I'm here. I'm here to help. Out of my way or I'll gut ya. Unfortunately, this guy is properly scaled, so it won't be a one-hit KO. You have my thanks, stranger. And mine. If you hadn't shown up, things could have gone very badly for us. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Truth be told, I thought we'd have a quieter journey after sneaking past all those Imperial patrols and leaving Gyarbania behind. How wrong I was. To think we could be caught unawares by a gang of common thieves. What's going on? We heard a commotion and... That's one of them, just like the witnesses described. Strange they'd go after a pair like you. All their marks so far have been merchants and whatnot. You know, folk carrying coin and valuables who won't put up much of a fight. Reckon that if any of their cronies are out there watching, they'll think twice before crossing you lot again. Still, might be an idea for you to see these travelers to Gridania. Me and the others will keep looking for the rest of the highwaymen. Those bandits. Something about this doesn't sit right with me. I barely have a fistful of gil between us, and I have a couple of foams of edged steel strapped to my back. Not the most likely of targets. Perhaps that's why they went straight for the kill, and they might have succeeded if you hadn't stepped in. We are in your debt. I'm Radovan, and this is Sophie. We traveled here from Ilsabard, far to the north, where I once served as a soldier of Garlemald. I had no choice. My family was taken hostage. Though it is true that I fought and killed for the Empire, I would never have done so willingly. Although I freed myself of their shackles, the life I'd known is no more. But that was another life, one I would sooner put behind me. I came to Eorzea in the hope that I might start anew here. As for me, I also escaped from the Garleans. I was part of a resistance movement until we were all rounded up or killed, that is. The Empire took everything from me, my family, my homeland. Nowhere else to go, the two of us decided we'd stand a better chance of surviving if we stuck together. And here we are. To see me now, you'd scarce believe I once served as personal guard to my queen. But in the end, I couldn't protect her. Couldn't protect anyone. Not even my wife and son. While I would have gladly given my life for theirs, it was not to be. Even so, there may still be a use for the skills I spent years honing. Those whom I may yet deliver from harm. That's why I suggested looking for employment as a bodyguard in Eorzea, and Gridania seems a good place to start. I know you've helped us enough already, but I have a proposal. Would you consider working with us? Now hold on, Radovan. That's rather a lot to ask, don't you think? But Svarin has what it takes to become a gunbreaker. Seems my gunblade has caught your eye. You may have seen Garleans wielding something similar, but this is the genuine article. The ones used by the Empire are simply edged weapons with a firearm bolted on, or vice versa. While they have their uses, they pale in comparison to those my clan forged for generations. Our gunblades use ethereal-imbued cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the powdered crystal within ignites, releasing the ether. This sends a powerful shockwave through the blade, increasing its destructive capabilities. Cartridges can even be fired into the air to create defensive barriers. Perhaps you should save the lectures until you have heard Svarin's answer. Yes, first things first. So, are you interested? In exchange for assisting us, I will teach you the art of the gunbreaker. And I was wondering if you might be able to act as a guide. If you'd accept gunblade training as a form of payment, we'd be most grateful. Once the coin starts rolling in, you'll receive a fair share. You need not answer right away, but please, give it some thought. Yep. Have you reached a decision? Yes, I do. From this day forth, our fates are entwined. While the path that lies ahead is not an easy one, the spirits of my predecessors will watch over you. Looks like someone else is becoming a gunbreaker. What are you? In the armory chest. No. Switch on over. No. I don't actually need to equip all that. Powder gauge unlocked. I'm going to have to move said powder gauge. You over there. You there. Yeah. Get rid of you. Oh, you. Oh, no. I'm gonna have to figure out. Ugh, I have to rearrange my hotbars. Give me a sec. Turn that on first. Get me all fancy. Aha. Okay. Stick you there. You over there. You there. You there. Aha. There we go. That's the one I want there. I have. Look at how fancy I am. Little swashbuckler with my little friendly dragon. Uh, oh, stick it there. Hey, Midgard Sormer, you want a cracker? Yeah. There you are. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he wants a cracker. Okay. I think I have everything where I want. Actually, it's probably that tree over there. Yeah, that's definitely the tree. Yep. Now that the Gunbreakers of Eld have yielded a portion of their wisdom, you are ready to take blade in hand. Rather than spend moons and moons training you, perhaps we had best find employment first. We can use the time between assignments to refine your abilities. But where should we start? The Adventurers Guild. Yes, that sounds quite promising. Yep. Forest is minding its own business while I fiddle with my hot bars. I suppose we are adventurers after all. Tell me, Svarin, are you familiar with this sort of thing? Yeah. We're too high level for them to bother us. Oh my, in that case, we couldn't have found a better guide. Well, there's no time like the present, shall we? Yep. Back to Gridania. Lazy. Buffing it that far. I see a movie over there. Yeah. Now that Mother Mune has made us formal members of the Adventurers Guild, we can start accepting assignments. In fact, we've already been given the details of a potential client in need of a bodyguard or two. A man named Lassenschel is waiting by the Wailing Barracks. Sophie and I will try making our own way there to get our bearings. I don't want to Guild. You must be the one sent by the Adventurers Guild, yes? Oh, thank goodness. Something dreadful has befallen, well, threatens to befall, the one and only Editha. You mean to say you are unfamiliar with the most gifted harpsichordist who ever lived? Whatever possessed me to hire such uncultured... Damn. It appears my breath would be better spent briefing you on the nature of my request. A few days ago, Editha received a most unwelcome missive. A death threat, to be precise. At first I deemed it nothing more than the crazed scrawlings of some harmless churl. That was until, during a recital, a stone was thrown at her, missing by a hair's breadth. I have, in my capacity as her manager, cancelled all public appearances until the perpetrator can be brought to justice. I fear, though, that my delicate tulip would wither and fail if confined to her dressing room. And she has herself expressed a desire to stroll freely beneath the canopies of Niketo's amphitheater. I see where this is going. You want us to take her for a walk, is that it? Well, that's all we have to do. We should count ourselves lucky. A threatening letter, a brazen attack in a public place. Who knows what will happen next? But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid. Without any further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade. Yeah, honestly. With a manager like this guy. We'd best proceed carefully. If the culprit knows that Lassen Show asked the Adventurers Guild for help, they can probably deduce that Editha will be coming out of hiding. We should see if anyone bears a grudge against her, so we know what to expect. And we'd better look around the amphitheater for places where an ambusher might hide. Yeah, right? Know of her? I certainly do. I would consider myself to be one of her many admirers. In all honesty, I do not care for the way some of the others hoggle her. If the rumors about Editha receiving death threats are true, one of those lecherous scoundrels must be behind it. Ah yes, Editha has been the talk of Gridania since her debut. Her skill as a musician is without question, although I sense that many of her admirers are more interested in her bizarre stage garb. Oh, Editha, even a moment deprived of her sumptuous harmonies is akin to an eternity of unimaginable torment. When, oh when, will she grace me with her splendor once more? Yes, Simpkin. Svarn, have you met Miss Undine? She's a harpsichordist like Editha. That poor girl, what is the world coming to? That a gifted and beautiful young performer such as her must hide away for fear of her life. It beggars belief. It must be one of her followers. I've seen the way some of them look at her, and it makes my skin crawl. With fans like that, who needs enemies? So, what did the other locals have to say? Not the same. Yes, most of them think that one of Editha's admirers is to blame, but I think there's more to it. I think that until we have more information, we should treat everyone with equal suspicion to be on the safe side. Personally, I'd prefer to carry out a more thorough investigation, but we'd best not keep our clients waiting. Once you are ready, let us return to the Lassen Show. You have learned all Gunbreaker actions and traits up to level 60. Detailed descriptions can be viewed in actions and traits accessed under character. Yeah, let's get a preview at some of the stuff we'll get later on down the line. Ooh. I think I should maybe move all of you down a bit. Further down. Oh, sure. Moving you off of this hot bar. Art of Light. Ah, yes. There. I should note that this is one of the classes that I have actually not leveled much, if at all, on my main, so we're done with these introductory quests, this is as much as I have actually seen so far of this quest line. Editha assures me that she will be ready in 2 shakes of Aziz's tail, whatever that means. Alright, let's do it. Oh, my chaperones have arrived! How wonderful! Oh, to finally feel the sun's warming rays! I am reborn! They weren't joking when they called her eccentric. Ugh, all this prancing about is going to draw unwanted attention. We better get this over with as quickly as possible. Sophie, Svarin and I will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind with Lassenschau in case we need to hurry back? Fine by me. I'll keep an ear out for any signs of danger and come running if you call. Although I was fully prepared to join you in guarding Editha and even dress for the occasion, I will defer to your professional opinion and remain here. But promise me that you will keep my sweet Petunia safe. Leave it to us. Are you ready, Svarin? Yep. Let's do this. La la la, what a beautiful day for a stroll. I'm sure nothing will happen on this walk. It'll be totally uneventful. You guys are gonna walk. You're escorting the lovely Editha? Please, allow me to make a record of this day's events. The whole of Gridania delights in Editha's magnificent melodies. Every other musician pales in comparison to her. Hey, Mitra. Editha has only recently begun performing in Gridania, and has already amassed a considerable following. I have heard, however, that some of the other harps of Cortus are envious of her success. Is it true her music is inspired by all of the wondrous places she's seen on her travels? I hear that Editha has become something of a recluse of late. I do hope she returns to grace the stage once more. Oh dear! Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, she's definitely going to make this an interesting escort mission. There we go. Just a pile of bodies. Look at them all. Yep, there we go. My, what a naughty little rabbit. Seems you've wandered too far from your warren. The stage is set for your curtain call, though it cost me a pretty penny to rent the place. This will be the last time you walk all over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Get over here. Pay attention to me. Nope. 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 Come here, all of you. All eyes on me. Eyes on me. Yeah. Which rabbit do you mean, ma'am? Turn you this way. I had a shield. Oh crap. Oh crap. She's just having fun. Yeah. I feel really squishy. Again, considering this is a blue DPS, it's gonna be a bit squishy. Come on! What I needed. All you. Look at me. I am really in need of health. Ah, thank God. The show's over. Now, take off that mask before I cut it off and your face with it. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out who it is. Miss Ondine. I might have guessed. But what's Editha ever done to deserve this? That harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music. And she thinks she can steal my fans, my stage, with those appalling outfits of hers? I won't stand for it. I won't. What happened here? A whole lot of bullshit, that's what. I'd heard that Ondine wasn't exactly a fan of Editha's, but I never thought she'd pay to have her killed. And now we know that the highwaymen in the woods were in on her schemes too. A few days back, they held up Ondine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the valuables she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of the bastards left after today. You've done us all a good turn, so if you ever need anything from the God's Quiver, don't hesitate to ask. Now that the danger has passed, Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to meet Keto's amphitheater. There's still one thing I don't quite understand. Why did those highwaymen attack me and Radovan in the woods? Maybe it was because of your ears? I imagine Ondine told them how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me. Oh ho! These ones aren't real Viera ears. I don't think so. Actually, I was wondering if I might have a word in private with the three of you. But there are four of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I'm not. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Well, I suppose a lady is entitled to her secrets. But before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You have both performed admirably. You better not be planning on stealing my ears, ma'am. Yeah. Turns out he wasn't quite an ass. He wasn't actually an asshole. Now that that pesky manager of mine is out of the way, let's go to the Great Mum Growery. of it. Whee! You risked life and limb to protect me, so I feel it's only fair that I explain myself. One moment, please. Oh. What? Oh yeah, she's a sylph. You mean to say she was a sylph from the very beginning? Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. Fun to use glamours and play the harpsichord, but a little tiring. And this one spent so long in walking one's house, this one nearly died. These ones need the sun's rays to flourish, to live. That was why this one had to go outside, even though dangerous ones were all around. This one hopes helpful ones will understand and not tell simpering one. Listening ones will be sad if this one can no longer play sweet, sweet music. Your secret is safe with us. I'm ever so grateful. Promise you'll come to listen to my harpsichord soon, yes? Hee. Well, that certainly explains why she was so lackadaisical. Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say, you've acquitted yourself rather well, Svarin. It normally takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental differences between a gunblade and a regular sword. It was originally developed by my people in the Third Astral Era. The march of the Allegan Empire had driven us to the barren wastelands, where even survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhilda, was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for the unique swords they wielded. These loyal vassals were known as Gunhilda's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons, the gunblade. Meanwhile, the Allegans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances. As they were similar in appearance to our gunblades, we referred to these weapons as guns, a term which is now commonplace. So effective were these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus did they come to be known as gunbreakers. Even after the fall of the Allegan Empire, these techniques were passed down to each new generation. My clan are the descendants of Gunhilda's royal guard, although I am all that remains. Poor Sophie nodding off over there. It is my duty to see that the art of the gunbreaker lives on, even if that means entrusting it to an outsider such as yourself. If you like history lessons, you two will get along like a house on fire. I'd best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lad. The best learning is done in the field, however. As pleasant as Gridania is, I'm eager to see what the other city-states have to offer. Then may I suggest Ul'dah? Their markets have goods from all over the world, and I'm dying to take a look. Ul'dah it is, then. Sophie and I will go on ahead. When you arrive, seek us out. We shouldn't be hard to find. And off to complete the quest in Ul'dah. Over here. It's good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace, not that this watering hole is much quieter. Still, it's a paradise compared to anything you'll find in Garlean territory. think he's just in a sour mood because he can't find any work. You're not wrong there, Sophie. I'll keep looking now. Svarin, you'd better train by yourself until we find our next client, which, with a little luck, will be soon. Alright. With that one out of the way. A quick look at his fuzzy little tail poking out of his jacket. Why don't I drop off the gunbreaker gear that I don't need? For the sake of showing it off. What it all looks like together. Look at how cool that is. This look, of course, is just, like, perfect for the, feel of Gunbreaker. For the sake of just showing off. Alright, switch back for the aesthetic. Pick up a quest, another quest that I've been meaning to do for a while. Or quest series, I should say. Svarin, I've been awaiting your return. You see, after you helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War, we have striven to rebuild the city. And thanks to the assistance of countless craftsmen, our efforts to restore the firmament to its former glory are finally complete. In fact, House Zamail assembled a team of masons so skilled and efficient that they were able to finish the construction of an entirely new quarter. Its name is Imperium, and it was created to serve as a residential district for adventurers from across the realm. No amount of description can truly convey its splendor, so I have asked Pomelin to escort you there that you might see for yourself. Seek him out in the broom when you have a moment. The notice reads, workers sought for the firmament reconstruction project. In smaller letters it continues, let it be known that large-scale reconstruction works aimed at revitalizing the Holy See of Ishgard have been approved by the Houses of Lords and Commons. Selected as the principal site for the project is the Firmament District, which sustained extensive damage during the war. Willing and able hands are now sought to contribute to the reconstruction effort, regardless of birth and origin. From those skilled in gathering from the land to those adept at creating with their hands, the project's needs are great and diverse. Contributions will not go unrewarded. Interested parties are invited to present themselves in the Firmament. According to the note at the bottom of the notice, a man named Tomlin in the broom will show you to the district. Not the quest that I was initially aiming for, but may as well. Let's ascend to the Imperium first. Oh my, 'tis the savior of Ishgard. Perchance you've an interest in Imperium? If so, say no more. I shall escort you there myself. And fear not, the herald will surely be happy to answer any questions you may have. Come on. Escort me to the Imperium already. There we go. Welcome to the Ishgardian residential district. Welcome to Imperium. As our restoration efforts progressed, they eventually expanded to include the construction of this little taste of heavens on earth. We are indebted to countless adventurers such as yourself who helped bring about an end to the Dragonsong War, and as thanks, we wish to provide a space for you to call home here in Ishgard. Of course, we will still require a nominal fee for any plots of land or apartments you purchase, but know that your guild will help us rebuild bigger and better than before. If you would like to hear more, please speak with the resident caretaker for further assistance. Resident caretaker. Make me talk to him. Let's go to a specific ward, actually. I think this is the right ward. There we go. I can't actually go up to my own apartment, but here we go. That's Lenar's apartment. Short of if I didn't have it have access restricted. Maybe another time I'll swing by and show it off. Yeah. Huh? Who the fuck? Let's go to the firmament next. Well met, friend. Answering the call of the firmament, are you? Wonderful, wonderful. Wait, I know you. You're the savior of Ishgard. Are you saying that you would contribute to the reconstruction project? Yeah, sure. To think that a fabled hero such as you would help to rebuild our city, we are grateful beyond words. There is, just one trifling matter. You perchance possess a work permit. It is a requirement for non-Ishgardians, you see. Is that so? As I recall, you are a ward of House Fortin, in which case perhaps an exception can be made. Alas, I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Well, I do, and I believe the permit can be overlooked in his case. Lord Overseer, that you should grace us again. Greetings, my friend. It's been quite a while. Indeed, I shouldn't be surprised if you have forgotten me. Of course I haven't forgotten you, Francel. Honored am I that you should remember me. Much and more has happened since first we met, not least of all the ward's end and Ishgard's transformation. Feels like an age ago that you and Lord Auchefort saved me from a heretic's fate. You had proven your worth to me then. Even so, little did I expect that you would go on to save our entire nation. You are a hero to us all, and no amount of words could express my gratitude. No, only through action could I begin to repay the debt. Thus did I resolve to do my part for Ishgard, that I might honor those noble souls who risked life and limb to protect the nation. Souls such as you and Lord Auchefort. And so, when an overseer was being sought for the restoration project, I put forth my candidacy as the representative of my house. Our workshops and engineers could be put to good use, I reasoned. It was by no means unanimous, but the Fury saw fit to see me elected to the office. Honored am I for this opportunity to serve the nation, and to redeem House Isle-en-Art's good name. Owing to the contribution of artisans hailing from far and wide, we have accomplished our goal of rebuilding the district. However, we are still shorthand in the area of administration, on account of which I have been performing such odd tasks as I could. Which is what brings me here today, as a matter of fact. I am about to go and survey our citizens in order to learn what they envision for the firmament. If you can spare a moment, might I have the pleasure of your company? Well-traveled as you are, your opinion would be of great interest to me, and I believe folk would be more willing to share their thoughts with you. You have my gratitude. Without further ado, then, let us take ourselves to the Jeweled Crozier. We are bound to find a diverse assortment of people there. Let's go and drop off one quest quickly. So, Spartan, what did you think of Imperium? I do hope it was to your liking. Given that our borders were closed for so long, I worried that outsiders such as yourself might not take interest in this new district. But know that it is our sincerest wish that you and other noble souls will consider making Ishgard your new home. Maybe if I had, like, 3 million more gil. Join Francel as he surveys passers-by to learn their opinion of the firmament. As the survey may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Well, I come here to get supplies for the watch, and what should I find but a familiar face? And if that ain't a pretty lad you've got with you, Svarin, and a highborn one besides, you've done well for yourself. It's not what it looks like, I swear. I'm teasing is all. Any road, it's good to see you, my friend. What brings you here? Lady Hilda, your reputation precedes you. As you may be aware, approval was recently passed for the restoration of the firmament. In order to build a district that best serves its residents, we would know what good citizens such as yourself envision for it. Will you not share with us your thoughts? Yeah, Lenara's reaction to that line was decidedly different. Ah, so you're the one they appointed overseer. Well then, you won't mind if I speak freely. Now, this ain't hardly revolutionary, but I want the firmament to be a place we can all make an honest living, where if a man works hard enough, he can have a roof over his head and food in his belly. Aye, might be as the war's over before a lot of us struggle continues, same as before. The sort of struggle blue bloods will never know. Remember, Ishgard don't belong only to the high and the holy now. If the nation's to prosper, all our citizens need to prosper. Well, you must be getting on, but if you've need of guards, feel free to send word. If the coin's fair, I reckon we can come to an arrangement. That there's Lord Briardian. I had heard that he was traveling the realm in his capacity as a consulting protector, but it appears he has returned to Ishgard. Like your good self, he is a well-traveled individual, and I should like to inquire after his opinion. Do you suppose we could beg a moment of his time? A moment, good inspector. If it is an inspector you seek, you shan't find one more capable. Indeed, you could do worse. Far worse. Lord Briardian, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Francelda Alenart, and I have the honor of overseeing the reconstruction of the firmament. It is known that you are intimately familiar with all the city-states of Eorzea, and I should be much obliged for your insights. In your expert opinion, what is the one thing you believe that the firmament needs most? If the district is to thrive, then it must have a thriving economy. As I have oft observed in my travels, the flow of goods and people is as lifeblood to a city and should be encouraged. Ishgard has long been insular, but the recent changes present a great opportunity. Given the right planning, I am hopeful that ours may become a nation where no citizen lives in want. I bid you the very best in your endeavors, and should you have need of my investigative prowess, do not hesitate to call upon me. By your leave. Hello there, old boy! Svarin, I was wondering when you would notice me. Ever a pleasure to see you, old boy. And if it isn't my dear Lord Francel, how fares your lovely sister? Has she perchance spoken of me of late? If Lenny ain't spoken of you, I fear it has not been in our conversations. Now, if I may change the subject, Lord Amanelaine, you will have heard that the restoration of the firmament has commenced. Is there aught that you envision for the district? What I envision? I can't say I've given it much thought. Oh, but with the war finally come to an end, what is in order if not festivities? Yes, make the firmament into a festive place, I say. A place where one and all may engage in revelry each and every day. Beg pardons, my lord, but I believe Lord Francel seeks something more specific and, dare I say, constructive. No, the advice comes from the heart, and I shall take it to heart. You have my gratitude, Lord Amanelaine. Always a pleasure to aid a fellow man. Now then, we must be on our way. Take care, Svart, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, and Lord Francel, do send my fondest regards to your sister. Tell her how very helpful I was. Yes, that's good. Well, I dare say we have spoken with enough people. Shall we conclude the surveying and review what we have learned? Yeah. Thanks to your presence, we are able to hear a diverse variety of opinions. Each one has merit. The question is whether the visions can be made reality. No, such pessimism will not serve. I must have faith and try my earnest best. Now then, for all this talk of the firmament, you haven't even seen it, have you? Would you care to inspect it with me? I'll be there for a while hence, so please join me at your leisure. Tomlin by the entrance will show you to the district. Oh, and when you see the man, would you mind giving him this? His bone-chilling work standing there as he does, and it is a little something to keep him warm. I could as easily hand it to him, to be sure, but it would be all the more warming coming from the savior of Ishgard. With that, I shall go on ahead. See you on the firmament, my friend. Welcome back, my lord. Will you be heading to the firmament? First, I got some mulled wine for you. From the Lord Overseer, you say? He truly is too kind. Before I began work under Lord Francel, I had thought as little of highborns as I assumed they thought of us commoners. My lord not only treats everyone as equals, he shows kindness to everyone. And to receive this gift from the hands of the savior of Ishgard himself, I'm touched beyond words. Sniffle. Thank you, my lord. I shall enjoy the wine when I find a quiet moment. Now then, I believe Lord Francel is expecting you in the firmament. Just say the word, and I will show you through. There you are, Svar. I bid you welcome to the firmament. As you can see, the rebuilding itself is complete. This is but the beginning, however. We must now turn our attention to the running of the district. We have much more to do, but speaking to the people has stoked the fires of my determination. I want to make the firmament into a vibrant, thriving district where highborn and lowborn alike may live side by side in harmony. Yet I would be lying were I to say the task does not daunt me. There's a limit to what I can achieve, especially given House Alanart's diminished influence. Have I come at a bad time? Count Edmond! To what do we owe the honor? Lest you forget, I'm the Count de Fortemps no more, just a retired old man. As for my presence here, Madeleine reported that Svarin was in Ishgard, and I thought I would make a social call. You will forgive me my eavesdropping, but it seems the reconstruction project is not immune to the uncertainty that has accompanied our nation's transition to a republic. Svarin, I'm given to understand that the other nations have established residential districts for adventure use. Is this true? Yeah, I have an apartment in one of them, actually. There are districts specifically for adventurer use, and you possess an abode in one such place? I should like to pay you a visit one day, my friend. Yeah, sure, come on over. I'd love to show off the place. The truth is, our nation is divided by a gulf. While the redistribution of wealth may go some ways towards closing this gulf, it shall not lead to true independence for the masses. We must ask ourselves, in this new age in which we live, what role should each one of us play? In pondering this dilemma, I believe that we may draw inspiration from adventurers and their independent lives. Independent lives. If we were to translate this into the firmament, might it not assume the form of self-administration? Yeah. And Svaren's not helping with those rumors either and fighting him up. Seems you have found a spark. In which case, this old man's ramblings have served their purpose. I shall pray for your success, Lord Francel. Your words are as a beacon in the dark, my lord. Thank you. Well, Svaren, you seem to be occupied at present, so I will leave you to your tasks. But when next we meet, I hope to be regaled with your recent adventures. As ever, our Foretop Manor is at your disposal should you need a rest. You know, I wish you could actually take a rest at Foretop Manor. That would be kind of neat. You done talking, Francel? Because I'm itching to meet your hero friend. Yes, forgive me for the wait. Svaren, permit me to introduce you to Ojber. Formerly an engineer of our house, he now serves as the project's chief foreman. Ogber. It is thanks to his leadership on site that I am able to focus my energies on the administrative aspects of the reconstruction. Francel's told me all about you, Svaren. First you saved the whole bleeding nation, now you're helping us rebuild it brick by brick. What can I say except it's great to have you on board? If you have any questions about the work, I'd be happy to field them. Just save the tedious stuff like the budget for Francel, eh? Speaking of which, if you can spare another moment, my friend, I should like to consult you on some administrative matters. With all the little tasks demanding my time, I cannot always be present on site, but I endeavor to visit as often as possible. I hope to see you often, too. You now have access to the firmament. An option has been added to teleport here from the Foundation Aether. Speak with Ogabur to learn about how you may contribute to the reconstruction effort. Right, Svaren, if you're gonna lend us a hand, a little explanation is in order. First thing I want to talk about is that there's Sky Builder's board. Most of what's written there is for newcomers, so I reckon it never hurts for even veterans to give it a look from time to time. Besides that, we try to keep a record of our progress to date, and that it might guide us going forward. Now then, let's talk about the work itself. The main thing we need our artisans to do is provide us with supplies. On that topic, I reckon it's quicker if you speak with Potkin over there. Run along and introduce yourself to him. There we go, over there. Ah, my lord Svaren, the chief foreman mentioned that you'd be helping us. It'd be my pleasure to explain the work to you. Though the reconstruction effort itself is complete, we remain in need of supplies for maintenance and upkeep of the firmament. The items you donate will be put to use for building inspection and repair, as well as to provide necessary services to all those who call the district home. Items you wish to donate can be brought to myself. Feel free to ask me any time about what we seek. Naturally, you'll be rewarded for your contributions. Depending on the item, we'll present you with an amount in Skybuilder scraps. Oh, and I should mention that we've introduced an initiative to provide additional incentive and excitement to collaborators, such as your good self. The initiative takes the form of a game of chance called the Kupo of Fortune. Permit me to give you a brief overview. When you donate certain items to us, you will receive a stamp upon a voucher. Once you've collected 5 stamps, you will take the voucher to Lisbeth for your chance to win a splendid prize. If you wish to know more, I recommend you speak with Lisbeth herself. If you're interested in Kupo nuts, I'm afraid I cannot assist. But if you're interested in the Kupo of Fortune, you've come to the right place, Kupo. If it please you, I shall explain how the game works. Upon each Kupo of Fortune card, there are 4 hexagons, each depicting a treasure chest provided courtesy of our Mugo friends. Playing is simple. You scratch open a chest of your choice. If the chest holds something from first to fourth prize, congratulations! The fabulous item shown on the prize list is yours. But be fairly warned, a ferocious beast lies in wait for hapless treasure hunters. Should you find a griffin instead, you must console yourself with a consolation prize. Now for some important details. The chest on the left holds only second, third, and fourth prizes, meaning while you cannot win first prize, neither is there the danger of finding a griffin. The 3 chests on the right, however, meanwhile, can hold any of the 4 prizes as well as a griffin, meaning while you have a chance to reap the richest reward, you may also walk away with a paltry prize. Which side you scratch open is entirely your choice. As the prizes on offer change each time you play, be sure to cast an eye over the prize list before trying your luck. That concludes the explanation. If you wish to review the rules, I will post the information to the Skybuilders board, so please refer to it at your leisure. Oh, and may I ask if you've been informed about exchanging Skybuilder scripts? If not, I urge you to seek out any further details. Welcome, my lord. You honor us with not only your presence, but your contribution besides. Now, you may have heard that contributing to the cause earns you Skybuilder scripts. These may be brought here to be exchanged for a selection of wares. We endeavor to expand the range of items offered, that we might continue to attract contributors, even now that the reconstruction effort itself has been completed. Aside from donating items, you may also earn scripts by bringing materials gathered in the diadem. Have you been informed about these, perchance? If not, Flopusant will be able to furnish you with particulars. Meanwhile, I shall look forward to exchanging mixed scripts for you. And we're just about done with all this running around talking to all these people. My lord Svarn, what an honor. How may I serve you this day? You have mind to employ your gathering skills for the benefit of the restoration effort, you say? Marvelous, marvelous. It shall be my pleasure to provide you with an explanation of our work. As you're doubtless already aware, the firmament's reconstruction demands a veritable mountain of materials. In order to meet this need, it was decided that we would harness the diadem's abundance of resources. Able gatherers such as your good self may venture forth to the isles and bring back materials to be used in the firmament's reconstruction. Given the nature of the isles, however, we must make certain that materials found there are not, shall we say, tainted before we put them to use. To that end, we ask that you bring all the items you have gathered to myself for inspection. Those items that are deemed safe will be returned to you with a seal of approval. Unless you wonder, yes, fish are also subject to inspection. By your puzzled expression, I see you struggle to fathom what use the restoration effort has for fish. You see, the fish that inhabit the diadem are known to consume unusual things, and through inspection, we determine whether a creature holds resources in its belly. Once this is confirmed, you may help yourself to the bounty with a quick spot of desynthesis. Now then, you are surely curious as to what you stand to gain for your troubles. In recognition of the dangers of the diadem, we offer Skybuilder scripts by way of recompense. Furthermore, all materials you find are yours to do with as you please. For whether you choose to sell them to crafters or craft with them yourself, they will ultimately benefit the reconstruction. And that concludes my explanation. If you have a mind to travel to the diadem for this endeavor, pray present yourself to Lord Arvale beside me for further information. Ah, my Lord Svarn, you are welcome. I take it you have received an overview of our part in the restoration effort. It shall be my pleasure to apprise you of all the details. As you are doubtless aware, the diadem is a land where the ether is in constant flux. This phenomenon gives rise to an ever-changing environment, but if there has been one constant, it is that the Isles have always teemed with savage creatures. But when I recently journeyed there to investigate a change in the ether, what should I find but that the population of dangerous fauna has markedly decreased? Never has it been easier to avail ourselves of the diadem's bounty. Seeing the potential for this development to benefit Ishkar, I presented this discovery to our nation's leaders, who wasted no time designating the Isles as an official foraging ground for the restoration project. And now, we seek those versed in the field of foraging to travel to the diadem and bring back resources needed for the firmament's reconstruction. Lest you worry that pickaxes, hatchets, and fishing rods provide poor protection against those creatures that still lurk the Isles, never fear. We have measures to keep our valued volunteers safe. Behold the Aetherimatic Augur! Conceived by none other than my lord brother Stephanivian, this ingenious contraption is a marvel of personal protection and resource procurement. Permit me to explain. As you know, the Isles of the Diadem are replete with ether. The augur gradually absorbs it as you go about your foraging. Once you have sufficient ether stored, you may unleash a compressed blast of it against a hapless fiend, and presto! The creature is now a bounty of resources. And there you have it. Armed with the auger, we ask that you gather and bring back resources from the diadem. It couldn't be simpler. But to think that my lord brother's creation should benefit my venture, excuse me, which in turn serves to aid the efforts of our younger brother, all for the benefit of our nation. Proud am I to call myself an Alinar. Now come, my friend, we mustn't dally while the honor and glory await. Let us set forth for the diadem at once. Is what I would say, but for the sake of formality, I am required to introduce you to someone. Behind you and across from the kitchen, there stands Lord Ludovran. Hailing from a long line of scholars, the man has a gift for numbers and is charged with tallying skyward scores. If you have a mind to lend us your procuring prowess, you would do well to speak with him. I see them. Yes, I see them. The threads of fate entwine us, binding us together as strongly as chains of mithril. Long have I awaited the coming of one such as you. Right? God damn, I forgot how many people I actually had to talk to for this. Or how much talking I'd have to do in general. Ugh. My apologies, but I want to become excited in the presence of peerless artisans. My name is Ludovran, and I have the honor of tallying skyward scores. In order to accord greater recognition to our collaborators, we have begun keeping records of your contributions to the restoration effort. Right? Come on. By donating items that are exceptionally difficult to obtain at craft, you will earn an amount in skyward points. Now that the reconstruction effort itself is over, we have shifted our focus to collecting essential items necessary for daily maintenance and upkeep. As such, I continue to tally accumulated scores for our sky builders. Past various point thresholds, and it would be our pleasure to reward you with an assortment of gifts as a token of our thanks for your efforts. Should you wish to know your current score at any time, you need only speak with me. Right? If you wish to know more, I would be happy to assist. For the sake of good form, however, may I trouble you first to report back to Chief Foreman Augber? Are we done yet? There you are. I trust you've got a grasp of how things work around here now. If you need to review something, the Sky Builders Board's good for that. Yeah, I've already taken a couple sips from my water bottle. Say, if you got a knack for gathering resources, reckon you ought to have a chat with Arvale. What he has to say is bound to be of interest. And that's all from me for now. I'll let you run along, but let me just say this. For a famous hero like you to help us here on the ground, you're a good sort, Svarin. You're gonna make me talk to you again? No. Okay. Do a main quest now! Well, not a main quest, but... if it isn't good Master Svarin. You may have seen me attending Lord Francel. I've not had the pleasure of introducing myself. I'm his manservant, Foncrenu. I would like to offer you my personal thanks for lending your aid to my lord. Yours is an inspiring presence to him. Owing to the collective effort of all involved, the new nest stands completed. Such was my lord's joy. 'Twas as if he were a young boy again. He now ceased to settle folk in the district and is personally reaching out to those citizens who were displaced by the war and the subsequent unrest. About that. Master Augber, by your tone, I take it you harbor some concerns. Aye, that I do. Thanks to Francel's encouragement, some folk have already moved into the district, but many more are dragging their feet. To hear the talk, they're afraid that the rent will be too expensive, or that they'll put themselves at the mercy of heartless nobles and a whole host of other reasons. In order to encourage settlement, the firmament offers various incentives to residents, such as tax relief and employment initiatives. Mayhap this knowledge has not been sufficiently disseminated to the public. I thought exactly. He's late to return is because he's struggling to win folk over, I'd wager. On that note, Svarin, I was wondering if you'd mind searching for him now, see how he's faring. I too would be grateful were you to look in on my lord. You will find him in the room speaking with the residents, I believe. Alright, let's head on out to the broom. Will you not tell me why you do not wish to live in the firmament? And what is it that worries you so? Ah, Svarin, you could not have come at a better time. You may have heard that I am in the process of settling citizens in the firmament. While some could not pack their belongings quickly enough, the others are proving resistant to the idea, such as Aldain here and her daughter Noelle. Begging your pardons, but aren't you the savior of Ishgard? It's an honor, my lord. We're grateful for the invitation, we truly are, but we couldn't possibly afford to live in a shiny new district. Even before our home in the broom was burned down, we were barely getting by. Besides, given who we are, we don't have the right. In my mind, the firmament is for people such as they, first and foremost, who lost their homes to the fires of conflict. And if they themselves do not wish it, I cannot well force them to move. We have employment initiatives for residents. Truly? If that's the case, perhaps it's not out of the question for us. Perhaps I should do it. Yes, if not for myself, then for my little girl. All right, I humbly accept. Glad am I to hear it. Pray see to your preparations then, and come to the firmament when you are ready. All it took was a few words from you. You truly hold sway over people, my friend. Of course, such trust comes not overnight. It is the product of your many selfless deeds. Despite being falsely accused of a crime and driven to the ends of the realm, you did not surrender to despair. On the contrary, you dedicated yourself to the plight of others, and ultimately guided our war-weary nation upon the path to peace. In some ways we have walked similar paths, but my struggles are trifling things compared to yours. My name carries not the same weight, and my words have not the same power of the hearts of my fellow men. But the fury take me if I allow the restoration effort to founder on account of my personal failings. The health and happiness of the people are at stake. Therefore, I ask you, will you not aid me in the running of the firmament? With you beside me, I feel that there is no difficulty I cannot overcome. You need a dancer right this moment. Please take the time to think on it. You agreed to aid me then? Ah, words cannot well express my gladness. Thank you. Without further ado then, I would have you deliver these missives. They are entreaties for cooperation in the restoration effort. Ordinarily, I would make the delivery myself, but I believe that the recipients would be pleased for your visit. One is Gabriel, proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, another is Sir Andeloup of the Temple Knights, and last but not least is Mr. Salais, our master of the markets. While you see to this task, I shall look in on Audain and her daughter. Let us convene in the firmament afterwards. Teleport on up here. If it isn't Svarin, what can I get you? A missive from young Francel? I can only guess how you ended up delivering it, but let's have a look. Dear Gabriel, I pray this missive finds you well and not bothered overmuch by the old wound. I write with regards to your efforts in the firmament, of which you will most certainly be aware. Of late, we have seen a marked increase in the number of workers on site, and we struggle to keep everyone fed. In order to alleviate the strain upon our kitchen, it is my hope that you might provide us with hearty and wholesome provender from your own. Young Francel was always good to me back when I served his house, and I wouldn't refuse him. I'll arrange to have the meals prepared and sent to the firmament at once. You're involved in the restoration, then, I take it? Keep an eye out on the lad for me, will ya? I got a missive for you. Well, that's far. To what do I owe the honor this day? A missive from Lord Francel, you say? Sir Andalup, my thanks for your unflagging dedication to preserving the peace of the Holy See. I write to you as overseer of the firmament reconstruction project in order to officially entreat the cooperation of the Temple Knights. The project's need for able hands will only grow, and it is my hope that your order might be amenable to dispatching a contingent of engineers to assist in our efforts. For the prosperity of our nation, I thank you for your kind consideration. I see. Though I have not the authority alone to decide, I for one should be glad were our order to lend what help we may. I should do my utmost to see that Lord Francel has his engineers. Truth to tell, I have a personal interest in the firmament. Ere it was raised to the ground, I myself lived there, you see. Many places in Ishgard offer a commanding view, but I find none finer than that of my erstwhile home. A warm welcome to you, Master Darkheart. What is it that you seek at the jeweled crozier this morning? Oh, a missive from me, from Lord Francel? Intriguing. Dear Mistress Elias, I pray this missive finds you well and your markets bustling. I write to request your aid in acquiring heavy machinery of foreign make, intended for the use of the many foreigners lending their expertise to the restoration project. Such equipment as the Skysteel manufactory possesses is unfamiliar to non-Ishgardians, and as such would adversely affect their ability to carry out their work. Through the connections you have established with foreign merchants, I have faith that you can procure for us that which we require. My humblest thanks for your assistance. Heavy machinery of foreign make. It will be no small coup to source such items. The merchant in me welcomes the challenge. But I say, it feels like only yesterday that Lord Francel was a little boy coming to market with his brothers. Now he's blossomed into a well-spoken, accomplished young man. Time surely flies. Forgive me my reminiscence. May relay to my lord, it shall be my pleasure to attend to his order. And back to the firmament we go. There you are, Svarn. You've delivered the missives, I take it. So, how did the recipients respond to my entreaties? Bird is starting to complain a bit, so why don't we switch it up and switch to main plot for a bit. So that I can have opportunities to give my voice a rest. God damn. We can return to these side quests later. Alright. And only now do I realize that chat hasn't been showing up. Damn it. Chat box, you better start working now. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Nope, that was me not paying attention. Yeah! Hooray, it worked! Ugh. I wish it would work. I wish it would work properly without me having to poke it. But given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the Resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Svarin, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. It's okay, it's not your fault. I was just not paying attention. I really should, like, actually occasionally look at the stream setup on my computer instead of just looking at my phone here. Ah, let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to the cause. Little wonder, the Garlings won't stop until we're all under the yoke. Run around on Gunbreaker. Why not? I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and its lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of Little Alamego these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garlands, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Someone's up here. There we go. Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to him. Cough, wheeze. You sit store by all these tales of secret weapons? Good luck to you. I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. While I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Much as it pleases me to see you again, Svar, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? Aye, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilrid. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the Second Temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. It's but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Whatever could be keeping him? If he's taken the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Sure do wonder what's taking him so long. That is kind of weird, isn't it? Man, can't fly over the rocks. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Yep. Yeah, it's the new mount that's available.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
We have discovered friends! Yeah. Probably staring us down from behind his mask as we leave. Totally not suspicious of us at all. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! I thought it was pretty obvious you and Svarin would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do... And we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with Crystal Braves, and that General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we have no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man that we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. For what? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. The Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is, assuming you'll have us. Of course. Welcome aboard again, guys. It's been a while. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders and will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfredo will pose as adventurers fallen in hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot, and have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that far, let us be off. In we go. What about what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Yes! He totally has no idea we're here. Well, you're the ones with the gill, and seen as you're friends of Papalimo. Yeah, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and are treated to your tastes. Now, off with you before someone sees us together. Nope. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go and change and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Yeah, I totally look inconspicuous. Stupid door. Yeah. Well, look at us. A pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Well. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Svarad. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Yep. We got all dressed up for nothing. Oh well. Aha, here we go. Here's the quest I wanted to get to last time. We take the Griffin's double at his word, and the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Elise of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. May as well put it back in there. Put that on. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papa Lima were here all along? Well, Vishula will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. Players gathered to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Oh boy. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Here we go!
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword!
Let's finish this.
Oh boy! me into the fight. That's who I actually meant to go for, but that's actually convenient.
Soon enough.
No escape!
Hold up a minute. What did I use, bastard? Hey. Three for one. Pay attention to me. Hey. Rude.
It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them! done.
All right.
Must have more ether.
So do you want? Okay. Anchored. No, okay, I can't actually shirk to him. Ah, there it is. Hard to fucking see. There we go.
The ether. Ugh, it's not enough.
Nope.
Just a little more.
Killer. Nope. Never mind, get rid of this. Get rid of the ranger. Diagram. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that sure was a lot of triangles. Not quite as many as I was expecting, though. Don't come after me.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Not like this.
Gotcha.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves. the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidellin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemine, for everything.
Well, that sure was a lot. Yeah, another bun seems to be going through the same thing. It seems we are in southern Thanalan again. Killy is doing, no doubt. We have 12 speed her on her way. The Warriors of Darkness, too. Yeah. Yeah, time to get out the tissues if you have them. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. They gave their lives in order to travel to the source, and returning to the first, maybe not. But mayhap that was their wish. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. In this one I know full well there is yet work to be done. And the crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back into Zaharok and secure them. Imalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But, Ingrid, you don't have to do this, I know. But I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Dita and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. But it matters anymore? Hey, handsome. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. That answer enough for you? You must be tired, Svarin. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness in the Ascian in white at the great library. Yeah. You still love your Urianger. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. It's far and forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Yep. Well met, Svarin. Alfino said you would be joining us. It seemed the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Oh boy. Actually... yeah! We had a hell of a time, guys. I don't believe it. Crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, but also affirming. Alfino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Scions. We've been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida! Ida! Rauger be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh! I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? Skundabald! I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of our friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Well, the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, and looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. Yeah. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still a circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hell's take me for giving you that mask. Totally normal parting. Nothing suspicious at all. Yeah, so it goes. There's always more secrets to find. Welcome home, Svarn. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem neat to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalymo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
And for those we have lost, those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Svarn. Signs of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. People we've met, moments we've shared, losses we've suffered, tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I gotta get the right voice for Elidibus here. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments. They were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. The Eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of bottomless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Thought we were rid of him. Right? Come on, they keep popping up everywhere. So it was here all along. Oh, look who it is. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. I'm not going to try and do an evil cackle. I've been thinking, Svarn. When time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Yeah. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. Oh, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. I told her everything that happened. She needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. Also, I don't remember seeing you here, buddy. Sacred, when did you acquire an animal companion? In that moment she departed this realm for the first, I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to this. In those final moments she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So I will too, Svarin. I will. Yeah, he could certainly use one of those. My word, Svarin, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose. So Alfie now, we all know he's got his mind made up. The crystal braids are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. For real? He's not having it. Won't even let old Alfie finish. There I was worried about how to brief Papa Lima on the many momentous events which we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I need only leave Hori to it. It is not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many motivated youths. However, without Isildur around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Alianne has been looking after him ever since. Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity. Don't you drag me into this mess. But I have a precocious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. Believe me, I know I'll do well the burden that is a precocious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us. It's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself. Yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is in exploration of all things. Ah, Svarin, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. What are you dragging me into, Tataru? Someone else coming in with their own big beast. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Hee. There, all finished. The warrior of light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. I don't want to know how they were taking their measurements. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Svarin. All in good time. Aha! Found you. Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
After conferring with Yashola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Naga like this, but I know Kral and Tatara will take good care of her. Yeah, that's gonna be a big clusterfuck. Party going on over here. Oh my god. Now that you've mentioned it, I can't unsee it. You're right. Just with slightly less spiky hair. Or he stopped spiking the hair. Outgrew that hairstyle. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamiga to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Yeah, sure. I mean, everybody's gonna have to make some time for this. Thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Andalup that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Svarn, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury, speed you on your way. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. You must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. All these stops. I mean, I get it. You've got all these things you gotta take care of, but... Can we get this boring meeting done over and done with already? Ugh. I want to run around in the cold. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Svard? You may see a familiar face. Yeah. Svard, old boy. How wonderful to see you. And Sir Emmerich, too. What do I own these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honora. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage a war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols, as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. With a little help from the veterans, and Honora's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Back to Gridania we go. Back to where we started this episode. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. Pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. It is like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? I'm taking the teleport. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived? Very good. This way if you... and the Lominson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Svarin, I trust you are well? It's a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Svarin, I was glad to hear from Riola that the missing scions have now been found. There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal. On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Svarn for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Hiding in a dark corner. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seeds here to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. We're twins. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I'll join you at the Rising Stones anon. The toll. You okay over there, friend? Welcome back, Svar. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome? You have to weigh every word before you speak it. I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change. If my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Alize did not appreciate it. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alfino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryle, how's Nako doing? She will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, is committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. Only there was some way to reach the Griffin. Some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamiga, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Carl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leveilleurs? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Had I prevail upon you to accompany me, Svarn, Gridania will be safer for your presence. And, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. I think we have time for a dungeon. Because I'm pretty sure we're heading for a dungeon. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. We'll depart for the Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of the Garlemald once more. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Charlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between you, Yuri, and my humble self, Ida and Papa Lima will be well protected. Svarn, there you are. Come, Amerisa's Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alfie, now. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Merely a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So, which is to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for this fire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Depending on how things shake out, we may end up having to go overtime. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged out half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. It's heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Spoke too soon! Report! What? Seven Hells fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault! So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible! We gave no such order! Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. The armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. It could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. The Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Svarim, you must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin. And if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the scions to safety? Huh, I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Oh boy! Bye, Hestafugel. Yeah, they're going great. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels, and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Note that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. The time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. They can see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Yeah, come on, Alfie! Oh boy! Let's head on in! I need to actually come up with a portrait for this class. Hey. Hey. Pay attention to me. Crap! I got stunned. Yeah! I'm the cutest person in this party. Don't you dare try to deny it. pick up the key first and then unlock the door. If only it gave me the option to kick the door down. He won't let me just kick down the doors. That hurt. There we go. Did not understand the assignment there. Yeah. It was a spider friend, yes. Not the friendliest friend, but... Running. Let's see how many of you we can drag along. Almost at the end already. Oh boy, it's this asshole. No, thank you. Fuck you.
Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy.
Yeah.
How'd you like this?
Uh-oh. Commentary should get back here. Round.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. How'd you like these?
Got it done with a lot. Yeah, seriously. Got that done with a lot less swearing than I expected. Puppy. I thought they might have something to say, but nope. They have no comments.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Shoot the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines! How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolger, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are!
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand, you truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tumtumati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalimo is my friend. I should have been there with him. I could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing. It had to be done. Master Louis wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, all right, I know! There's nothing more you could have done. Ilberd caught us all off guard. Even Svarn was powerless to stop him. you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papa Limo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Vito with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened there. Let's get to the part where we actually go back to the Rising Stones. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. Tancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Whoa, victory. Pray make your way there at once. I'll send word to Yashola and the others of our imminent return. And on that downer note, let's call it there for tonight. Because we've already gone nearly an hour over time. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening.